Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στο πρώτο συνέδριο ανάπτυξης επιχειρηματικότητας του Μηχανισμού Στήριξης της Περιφέρειας Δυτικής Ελλάδας, το οποίο διεξάγεται στα πλαίσια των εργασιών του 10ου Συνεδρίου Περιφερειακής Ανάπτυξης. Η ενίσχυση της επιχειρηματικότητας στη Δυτική Ελλάδα αποτελεί ένα ζήτημα προτεραιότητας, με πολλές πτυχές και με πολλές ανάγκες. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουν πραγματοποιηθεί σημαντικά βήματα τόσο στην κατεύθυνση της ενίσχυσης των τοπικών επιχειρήσεων, όσο και στην προσέλκυση νέων επενδύσεων. Πιστεύω, κυρίες και κύριοι, ότι κοινός στόχος όλων πρέπει να είναι η ενίσχυση της επιχειρηματικότητας, που παράλληλα όμως θα αυξήσει και τις νέες θέσεις εργασίας, δηλαδή μια σημαντική πρόοδος για όλους. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, ένα από τα εργαλεία που έχουν πραγματοποιηθεί για να ενισχυθεί η επιχειρηματικότητα είναι ο μηχανισμός στήριξης. Ένας νέος πρωτοποριακός θεσμός που ενεργεί για λογαριασμό της Περιφέρειας Δυτικής Ελλάδας και ξεκίνησε να υλοποιείται μετά την υπογραφή σύμβασης από τον Περιφερειάρχη Δυτικής Ελλάδας, κ. Νεκτάριο Φαρμάκη, και τον ανάδοχο του έργου. Η δράση χρηματοδοτείται από το ΠΕΠ Δυτικής Ελλάδας 2014-2020 και φορέας υλοποίησης είναι το Περιφερειακό Ταμείο Ανάπτυξης. Πιο αναλυτικά, φυσικά, θα έχετε τη δυνατότητα να ακούσετε από την αναπληρώτρια υπεύθυνη του έργου, την κυρία Ζαχαράκη. Να καλέσω στο βήμα τον Περιφερειάρχη Δυτικής Ελλάδας, τον κύριο Νεκτάριο Φαρμάκη, για ένα χαιρετισμό.
Hello, everybody. We're here. A regional authority believes that entrepreneurship and attraction of new investments is key, but mainly the development of the local entrepreneurship. And this is indeed a political decision .
Περιφέρειες δεν μιλάω για απόλυτο αριθμό, έτσι, γιατί κάθε περιφέρεια δεν έχει.
Each region, of course, is different
μιλάω για
and has
ποσόστοση
different needs.
επί του συνολικού διαθέσιμου ποσού. Για να το πω με απλά λόγια, δεν περιμένουμε κάποιοι άλλοι να έρθουν ως σωτήρες και μεσσίες της δικής μας ανάπτυξης. Η ανάπτυξη στη Δυτική Ελλάδα, βασικά και κύρια, στηρίζεται στις τοπικές παραγωγικές δυνάμεις, στα χέρια δηλαδή και στα μυαλά των ανθρώπων που ζουν και επενδύουν εδώ και που έχουν συνδέσει τη μοίρα τους στη μοίρα του τόπου. Είναι οι άνθρωποι που αποφάσισαν για το δικό τους λόγο, τον λόγο τον οποίο θέλουμε να συνεχίζουν να αποφασίζουν, να μένουν εδώ, να εργάζονται εδώ, να βγάζουν το βιό τους εδώ, να μεγαλώνουν τις οικογένειές τους εδώ. Και το συνδέω τη σημερινή τη συζήτηση τώρα και με αυτή που κάναμε πριν και να κάνουν τις οικογένειές τους εδώ και να τις μεγαλώνουν για να μπας και γλιτώσουμε τα αποτελέσματα του δημογραφικού που δεν έρχεται, ήρθε και δεν ξέρουμε ακόμα τα αποτελέσματά του. Άρα, σε ποιους ποντάρουμε? Σε όλους αυτούς τους ανθρώπους οι οποίοι για μας αποτελούν, και δεν είναι υπερβολή, τη μοναδική ελπίδα. Και δεν θέλω να μειώσω τη συνεισφορά οποιονδήποτε άλλων και οποιασδήποτε άλλης παραγωγικής ομάδας σε σχέση με το επιχειρήν. Θεωρώ όμως ότι είναι το πιο δυναμικό κομμάτι, δεν έχω ήχο, δεν ακούγομαι σίγουρα. Γνωρίζουμε λοιπόν όλοι τις χρόνιες αδυναμίες και τις παθογένειες τόσο σε κεντρικό όσο και σε τοπικό επίπεδο. Γνωρίζουμε τα προβλήματα, γνωρίζουμε τα λάθη που έγιναν, που γίνονται και θα γίνονται, γιατί λάθη πάντα θα γίνονται. Το θέμα είναι να τα εντοπίζεις, να μαθαίνεις από αυτά, να τα διορθώνεις, γιατί αυτό είναι ο μόνος τρόπος να βελτιώσεις την πραγματικότητα, γιατί αυτό υπηρετούμε εμείς εντός ή εκτός εισαγωγικών πολιτική και φυσικά όλοι οι δημόσιοι λειτουργοί. Να κάνουμε καλύτερη τη ζωή των συμπολιτών μας. Αλλά επιτρέψτε μου την άποψη να πω ότι δεν είμαστε εδώ για να κλαίμε πάνω από την καρδάρα με το χυμένο γάλα. Είμαστε εδώ έχοντας πλέον αποκτήσει πολύτιμη εμπειρία από το χθες για να διορθώσουμε τα κακό κείμενα, να προχωρήσουμε στο μέλλον με γνώση, με σχέδιο, αλλά και με αυτοπεποίθηση. Στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας τα τελευταία 2,5 χρόνια Έχουμε διανύσει τεράστια απόσταση, αν και όχι σίγουρα υπό τις συνθήκες που θα θέλαμε, και αυτό έχει να κάνει όχι μόνο με την ψυχολογία μας, γιατί κανέναν δεν αφορά η ψυχολογία μας, σε καμία περίπτωση τον πολίτη δεν τον αφορά. Έχει να κάνει όμως με το ότι σε πόσο δύσκολες συνθήκες αυτά τα βήματα πήγανε αυτόν τον τόπο μπροστά. Πέρα από τη γραφειοκρατία και τις αγκυλώσεις και τα προβλήματα που κληρονομήσαμε, βρεθήκαμε και αντιμέτωποι και με την πανδημία. Και ξαφνικά προέκυψαν νέες επίγουσες ανάγκες. Το νέες όμως δεν ήρθαν απλά νέες και φύγαν οι παλιές. Πήγαν οι παλιές, ήμασταν πίσω που ήμασταν, μην το πω απλά πώς ήμασταν, πώς το λένε στο χωριό μου, δεν θα το πω, είναι κατάλληλο. Μας βρήκε και η πανδημία. Άρα, είχαμε ανάγκη σε υγειονομικό επίπεδο, αλλά και σε οικονομικό. Άλλωστε, οι άνθρωποι του επιχειρήν γνωρίζουν καλύτερα από τον καθένα τα προβλήματα που δημιούργησε η πανδημία και προτού καλά ξεφύγουμε από αυτά, ακόμα εδώ είναι η πανδημία, απλά δεν φοράμε μάσκες, βρισκόμαστε πλέον αντιμέτωποι με τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία, με μια μεγάλη ενεργειακή κρίση και φυσικά με μια τεράστια ακρίβεια και έναν πληθωρισμό που μας χτυπάει βάναυσα. Εμάς, ξαναλέω, που ήμασταν έτσι όπως ήμασταν, που μας βρήκε η πανδημία και μας βρήκαν και όλα αυτά. Για να καταλάβουμε πού ζούμε, σε τι κόσμο ζούμε και με τι συνθήκες ερχόμαστε αντιμέτωποι και θα πρέπει να υπερβούμε τα προβλήματα αυτά. Άρα, με τα λόγου γνώσεως, σας λέω ότι σε αυτά τα
we took big steps, which also means big risks, but it's the only way, strategically, to face all these challenges, all these huge challenges, because when you're in an urgent situation, because this is an urgent situation, the country was under specific conditions, more problems came up, so the citizens face an urgent situation. So how do you react to that? With speed. This is what we did. This is how we run all entrepreneurship support programs. And we were near the businesses and the citizens. And in the same time, we had to shape a better future and a more friendly environment and more attractive environment for entrepreneurship and investment. Because despite the fact that we're under urgent conditions, we do not stop planning the future. We have already elaborated a plan for the new NSRF in order to enhance entrepreneurship along with innovation. And we created several tools that enhance entrepreneurship, such as the investing profile. I understand that not everybody has understood the extent of the importance of this tool because we were below zero, and now we have at our disposal an investment profile that may not be as good as it should. Of course, yes, it's not as good as it should or as it could. We didn't have the resources to do that. So, besides of that, we have the entrepreneurship support mechanism, which is the topic of this conference. So what is for us this mechanism? It's a useful tool, part of the strategy I described before, through that we offer to the persons of our region, those who are becoming entrepreneurs. They're very brave given the conditions. They fight and they want to get great results and expand in the region of Western Greece. So we need a new and modern concept of entrepreneurship. We're not talking about either we're talking about the entrepreneurship in the primary sector or in the sector of tourism and services. I I hope I'm not tiring you, but it's important to have a dialogue. We're a region that during the last 10 years, we've lost 6% of our population. We're the first at unemployment at 28%. We've lost 20% in our imports, but we first at a population which is trained in researches and studies with great capacity, great potential in the primary sector. So we have this asset, the primary sector. What do we miss? What is missing? This connection of the secondary and third sector with the primary sector. So we need this entrepreneurship. Of course, the state cannot indicate what we should do, but what we can do is to provide the tools in order to help everyone to achieve their goal by leading the road. Since we are living in this era of multidimensional crisis, these tools are even more important. And this is the goal of this mechanism. It's this new and innovative action for in order to help all entrepreneurs. Their local offices in Patras and Agrinio. They're at the disposal of the entrepreneurs who want to make their services better, access to new markets, provision of individualized and specialized counseling services, and all of this for enhancing their competitiveness and their extrovert character. So this is where we need to focus. Tell the people, you know, you can come here, this is a free service, you can, and see how you can do what you could not do until now. Now you have the tools to do that. So, working with the local productive bodies, we want to shape the conditions so that each business and potential or existing entrepreneur to be able to recourse to these offices, have for free any necessary information and a tool that has to do with entrepreneurship at national or local level. In order for a business to have access to this mechanism is made by a simple request, and there is a continuous support even through teleconferences. So we're creating infrastructures that link the entrepreneurs with the local government and the local society, and we work together in order to make use of new ideas and perspectives. We want the new businesses to expand, to be enhanced by providing an opportunity to these people. The mechanism is funded by the Regional Development Fund of the region of Western Greece. So, to conclude my presentation, I want you to know that I believe that this place, this region, is strong, and this strength seeks for the ways in order to be expressed, and there is something democratic in this. The right to choose. You have to give to the citizen, to the citizens the tools they need, and each one of them will choose what they want to get from these tools. But what you have to do is to tell, I'm here for you, I'm doing this for you. So this is our effort, and we'll stay loyal to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farmakis. I would like to change a bit the course of this program. Are there any questions for Mr. Farmakis? Naturally, Mr. Farmakis will have to go. You understand this conference has a lot of rooms and a lot of requirements, so Mr. Farmakis is speaking off the microphone, so we can't hear him. Unfortunately, we cannot translate. Would you like to tell the speaker to use a microphone, please? And I would like to add something that Mr. Farmakis has repeatedly said, that no organization has to lose anything from by trying. Thank you very much, Mr. Farmakis. Let's go on now, and I would like to invite to the floor Mrs. Alkis Stathopoulos. She is head of the Managing Authority of the Operational Program Western Greece. Mrs. Stathopoulos has the floor. Thank you very much. Please tell the speaker to stay near the microphone, otherwise we cannot translate. Hello. I would like to thank and congratulate the Regional Development Fund of the region of Western Greece for this initiative, for this excellent conference. And of course, that is actually funded, the effort by the NSF of Western Greece 21-27. And of course, I would like to thank you for including this day meeting in the framework of this 12th conference taking place in Western Greece. What is very important is to know that there are the number of actions that will be implemented during this programming period 21-27, and that also there are quite a few initiatives. The initiative, the vision initiative of our region is to become a pole of attraction for young businessmen and researchers and scientists, of course, to further be able to maintain our human capital, increase our productivity, support the society of knowledge, and promote entrepreneurship, high impact entrepreneurship, and the exploitation of information technology and the internet to modernize and increase productivity in the areas of priority of our region in order to reduce the high cost of transaction with public services. In the framework of this specialization targets, we are undertaking to implement projects with a total of budget of 13.8 million, and we will be also funding projects that have not been subsidized with a further 5.3 million. These activities will be monitored. We have already organized 7 calls for tender, and we have that have been open and for application by many researchers and organizations and institutions. and have led us to form quite a demanding program. You see here the projects that will be funded per sector of interests. You see advanced material, communication technology, and other sectors. You see that we have quite a few projects that have been funded. We have also 11 transnational research projects that will be funded with a total of 1.1 million euros. The monitoring of these projects will be done by the managing authority of Western Greece, and will fund for entrepreneurship and openness a number of businesses, 27 businesses, and 228, and this is very important, small and medium-sized enterprises will be funded with 21.5 million euros. In addition to that, we have also FPI who will be monitoring transparency projects. You see that the 3.4 million will be given to businesses for recycling and green actions, 360 for secondary processing. Then we are going to fund businesses for
16 εκατομμύρια θα χρηματοδοτηθούν για παροχή ρευστότητας σε επιχειρήσεις που επλήγησαν από την πανδημία, 2,1 εκατομμύρια ευρώ για 25 επιχειρήσεις για την στήριξη υφιστάμενων και υποσύσταση φορέων κοινωνικής και αλληλέγγυης οικονομίας ΚΑΛΟ και τέλος 2,2 εκατομμύρια ευρώ για 9 επιχειρήσεις για την ενίσχυση των επιχειρήσεων της Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Η στήριξη επιχειρηματικότητας στο πλαίσιο της τρέχουσας προγραμματικής περίοδου γίνεται από δράσεις, κυρίως από τον άξονα προτεραιότητας. Τους άξονες προτεραιότητας 2 και 4 με 1,5 και 2. Αρκετά σεβαστό ποσό, χάθηκε η φωνή μου, 191,5 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, που ενισχύει 7.676 ενισχυόμενες επιχειρήσεις. Στον πίνακα αυτό βλέπετε αναλυτικά τις δράσεις που παρουσίασα προηγουμένως, καθώς όμως και τη δράση μηχανισμό στήριξης επιχειρηματικότητας, σημειώνεται με bold, που θα ενισχύσει 400 επιχειρήσεις, και την ενίσχυση της ίδρυσης και λειτουργίας νέων τουριστικών και μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων, όπου με 16,2 εκατομμύρια ευρώ θα χρηματοδοτηθούν 106 επιχειρήσεις. Επιπλέον, συμμετέχουμε με 10 εκατομμύρια ευρώ στο Ταμείο Επιχειρηματικότητας 2, που θα οδηγηθούν επιχειρήσεις με φορέα παρακολούθηση στην ειδική υπηρεσία.
And this will be monitored by the managing authority of the entrepreneurship program. Then let's go to the second unit, for which is for Western Greece for the programming period 2021-2027. We are speaking about supporting an innovative enterprises,
κυρίως στους τομείς της περιφερειακής στρατηγικής.
Smart companies, especially in the areas of research and newly and innovative businesses. and also in the area of culture, including the valorization of the monument of ancient Olympia. Also very important is that in relation to the development of green and soft energy. We also want to support the entrepreneurial environment with particular emphasis into smart specialization entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship will be supported especially by the policy area 1 with a total of 78 million and target 4 with a total of 53 million on the whole. 73 million will be 73.8 million will be spent, or at least this is what we this is the draft project, because it has not yet been approved by the Commission. Smarter Europe has 3 targets: research and innovation, digitalization, and development of the modernization of SMEs. The target 4, which is social and cultural Europe, includes also the target culture for all. And here you see the breakout of the budget of the 78 million I mentioned before per policy target, per special target, and per action group. You see that 8 million will fund activities of production of new processes and procedures, per specialization at regional level by supporting businesses and their cooperation with research institutions. Another part will be given for clusters. 2.5 million will be given to for the support of regional development, a smart specialization target. 3.6 million will be given for development business plans and added value services. 30 million will be given for production investment. 3 million will be given for startups. 3.5 for tourism products. 2 million will be given for small and medium-sized enterprises, the formation of clusters and cooperations, and 3 million will be given for these activities that are included in the 21-27 plan relate to specific actions that are not included in other programs and are especially related to smart specialization. Thank you very much. I don't think we have time for discussion. Despite that, my colleagues, Mr. Georgiou and Mr. Thomopoulos and Mr. Mamasoulas, are with me, and they are available for you for any questions and further explanations. Thank you very much.
We want to thank Mrs. Thomopoulos for sharing with us all these details and information. They're very important for entrepreneurship and for the regional development program of region of Western Greece. Now I'll call Mr. Adonios Klapsis, who is assistant professor of the University of Peloponnese, who will talk to us about entrepreneurship in Western Greece.
Χαίρετε. Είμαι χαρούμενος που είμαι ανάμεσά σας, καθώς ερχόμουν από την Κόρινθο. Είμαι στο Πανεπιστήμιο Πελοποννήσου, σκεφτόμουν ότι κινδυνεύω να κατηγορηθώ με εκκλησιαστικούς όρους για εισπίδηση, καθότι θα μιλήσω σε μια άλλη περιφέρεια από αυτή στην οποία ανήκει το Πανεπιστήμιο μου. Αλλά μετά το έχω ενσωματώσει και στην παρουσίαση. Σκέφτομαι ότι δεν ισχύει αυτό, διότι το Πανεπιστήμιο Πελοποννήσου έχει αποκτήσει και 3 τμήματα στην Πάτρα, επομένως αισθάνομαι ότι βρίσκομαι όντως στην περιφέρεια στην οποία ανήκει το Πανεπιστήμιο μου. Λοιπόν, Θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι όσο το συντομότερος
και
να τα συνδέσω όσα είχα να πω και με όσα είπαν οι δύο προηγούμενοι ομιλητές, ο κύριος
Φαρμάκης και Mr. Thessaloniki.
Καθώς επίσης ερχόμουν, κοιτούσα την θαυμάσια γέφυρα του Ρίου Αντίριου, η οποία είναι νομίζω ένα σύμβολο το τι μπορεί να πετύχει μια ολόκληρη χώρα και προκειμένου μια ολόκληρη περιφέρεια, εάν βάλει όλες τις δυνάμεις και αν μπορέσει να οργανώσει αυτές τις δραστηριότητες προς μια παραγωγική κατεύθυνση. Ένα έργο το οποίο οραματίστηκε ένας άνθρωπος από την Ελλάδα, ο Χαρίλαος Τρικούπης, ήδη από το 19ο αιώνα, μας πήρε έναν ολόκληρο αιώνα για να το ολοκληρώσουμε, αλλά εν τέλει τα καταφέραμε. Του δώσαμε και το όνομά του και σήμερα είναι ένα σύμβολο και της αναπτυξιακής δυναμικής της Δυτικής Ελλάδας, θα έλεγα ότι είναι και ένα σύμβολο του δυναμισμού ολόκληρης της Ελλάδας, μιας εποχής που τη χάσαμε με έναν τρόπο που προσλάβησε μεγάλη οικονομική κρίση, αλλά που τώρα τα τελευταία χρόνια προσπαθούμε να ξαναβρούμε το ρυθμό και τον βηματισμό μας. Πολύ συνοπτικά, για να μην σας κουράζω, όπως ξέρετε, η περιφέρεια της Δυτικής Ελλάδας έχει έναν πληθυσμό ο οποίος εγγύζει σχεδόν τις 700.000 κατοίκους.
The head of the region said that the population has decreased, but it's a big region, the fourth biggest region in Greece, as far as the population is concerned, and it produces 5% of the total GDP of the country. This GDP of the region of the Western Greece is not equally allocated through its departments. 50% comes from Achaia, 30% from Metolokarnania, and only 20% from Ilia. In 2009, the last year before the crisis, investment in Western Greece amounted to 3.3 billion euros, a significant amount, but they decreased since then, which is of course explained by the crisis. And now, in 2019, investments were just 1/3 of the amount invested in 2009, which is also a typical example of the crisis in general in Greece, and is indicative of the region of Western Greece. As far as investments is concerned, there is a problem in this investing sector. Yes, we see decrease, but there is also an optimistic message that the investment index as a percentage of the local GDP is always higher than that of the whole country. So we may think that things are not very good, but there is light, and there are opportunities we can make use of. Of course, the percentage of unemployment is high in the region of Western Greece, but during the last years, this unemployment rate decreased. And we get a message that things are getting better. And I want to add to that, yes, we've been through a difficult decade of crisis, and when we started getting better, there came the pandemic, and after that, there was the war in Ukraine, which worsened the situation. Oil may also, the prices in oil may be increased, that will affect the costs in general. So this is the situation under which we are now, and the situation where we will be for many years. And a rule of the nature that is verified in the human activities is that the one that may be more successful is the one who can adapt better in the situation. You know, turtles who are not, the best species, they have managed to survive for many years because they are very adaptive to their environment. Exports during the last years, we see that they have increased, which does not mean that they are at a satisfactory level right now. To be more specific, as far as the businesses is concerned in the region of Western Greece, I think you can see it by yourselves. We're talking about small businesses with a small number of personnel. They're not very extrovert, they're not very open, but they operate at a regional, at a local level. We're talking about a turnover of 70,000 euros, which is a small turnover, and occupies about 2 persons. So we're talking about family businesses. And most of the times, these 2 persons are members of the same family. From the businesses which are based in the Western Greece, 50% of them had a turnover of maximum 500,000 euros, and only a few have more than 10 persons, occupy more than 10 persons, so they can be considered as medium-sized companies. From the data we have processed and which we present you here, businesses based in the region of Western Greece
κατά τα 4 τελευταία έτη, 2017 δηλαδή, 2020,
and have published their economic financial data during the last 4 years, show a decreased turnover.
Αλλά η αλήθεια είναι ότι αν το δούμε
The truth is that if we see that from a macroeconomic perspective, the data are
δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ, επομένως μάλλον
at around 1.6 billion euros, so we're talking about a stable situation.
Και πώς κατανέμονται αυτές οι επιχειρήσεις, στην Δυτική Ελλάδα δηλαδή, από πλευράς
It's interesting to see how these businesses are allocated based on their business
το βιομηχανία τροφίμων δηλαδή και το χονδρικό εμπόριο, με εξαίρεση αυτοκίνητα, μοτοσυκλέτες κτλ. Καλύπτουν το συντριπτικά μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό του κύκλου δραστηριοτήτων. Αν αφρίσετε τα δύο ποσά για το 2020, ξεπερνούν τα 900 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, φτάνουν περίπου στα 950, άρα καλύπτουν περίπου το 60-65% του συνολικού κύκλου εργασιών. Έχει επίσης ενδιαφέρον να δούμε την τελευταία κατηγορία, και να δούμε την εντυπωσιακή μείωση που υπήρξε ανάμεσα στο 2017 και στο 2020.
Between 2017 and 2020, we see the impact of COVID here in a very clear way. Probably the next year or in 2 years, this rate will increase very much.
Να σκεφτόμαστε κάθε φορά ότι οι ποσοστιαίες αυξήσεις μπορεί μερικές φορές να μην λένε όλη την αλήθεια, αλλά να συγκαλύπτουν την αλήθεια. Αν θέλει κάποιος να πανηγυρίσει την επόμενη χρονιά, θα πει ότι οι επιχειρήσεις που προσφέρουν διαμονή αύξησαν τον κύκλο εργασιών τους κατά 50, 60 ή 70%. Κάτι τέτοιο θα είναι. Αλλά στην πραγματικότητα δεν έχουν επανέλθει ακόμα στα προ-κορονοϊού επίπεδα. Νομίζω τα ξέρετε όλα αυτά, δεν χρειάζεται να σταθώ. Στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας λειτουργούν 4 οργανωμένοι υποδοχής επιχειρήσεων, η βιομηχανική περιοχή Πατρών, το βιοπάς στο γλάφο της Πάτρας, το επιστημονικό πάρκο Πατρών και η Ναβιπέ στον Αστακό. Η Πάτρα, όπως αντιλαμβάνεστε, έχει και τη μερίδα του Λέοντος σε όλη αυτή την δραστηριότητα. Στη βιομηχανική περιοχή της Πάτρας είναι εγκατεστημένες με οργανωμένο τρόπο μεγάλες και μικρότερες βιομηχανίες διαφόρων δραστηριοτήτων. Στο βιοτεχνικό πάρκο της Πάτρας είναι εγκατεστημένες δεκάδες βιοτεχνικές επιχειρήσεις, περίπου 100. Κάποιες από τις οποίες εμφανίζουν μεγαλύτερο δυναμισμό από τις υπόλοιπες. Συνολικά απασχολούν περίπου 800 εργαζόμενους. Επομένως, αν κάνουμε ένα μέσο όρο, διαπιστώνουμε ότι έχουν περίπου 8 εργαζόμενους κάθε μία. Μιλούμε επομένως κατά βάση για μικρές επιχειρήσεις. Στο επιστημονικό πάρκο Πατρών,
41 companies and organizations of at least of a maximum 140 persons. So we're talking again about small businesses of occupying 3 to 4 persons, but with greater potential than the previous ones because they offer services or activities of high specialization, having reference to the activity of the University of Patras, which has great potential and great reputation, international reputation. For the Scientific Park of Patras, incubator. The incubator model is followed, and this model, this structure, gives the opportunity to young people to improve and develop their companies. At Astakos, it's the only industrial zone which has been declared as a free industrial zone with infrastructures at Platigelos, which is a free zone since 1990, created by resources of ETVA.
Ως προς τους κλάδους ενδιαφέροντος και παραγωγικής δραστηριότητας.
As far as the production sectors is concerned, the primary sector, of course, plays an important role. Its contribution is high. It occupies more than 27% of the employees, so more than 1 out of 4 employees are occupied in the primary sector and produces about 10% of the turnover of the businesses and contributes 21% of the added value to the region of Western Greece. So it contributes less than the number of persons it occupies. The percentage of employees to high technology sector is 27.4% at the region of Western Greece, while the rest of the percentage in the country is less than half of it. So this shows the potential at several economic sectors. The region of Western Greece is at the top when it comes to the production of agricultural production. For example, lemons by more than 50%, the third position in the production of tangerines, an important presence at the sector of the primary sector, the products of protected brand and protected geographical indication. Examples is the olive oil of Olympia, the raisin of Corinthos, feta cheese, which is produced in the 3 sectors of the region. We keep all that because I'm about to make a comment for a different production sector, which is of high importance. It's very important to recognize a product as a product of protected brand name or geographical indication, because this is what provides it a very strong brand name and makes it gives it many potential for the market in Greece and abroad. As you know, these products are being produced following very strict requirements, and this makes them more difficult to produce, but on the other hand, it brings more profit to the companies working with such products. So the companies of such products can provide better job positions, more highly paid job positions, because we're talking about the whole process of putting this product in the market. Tourism is also an activity of great importance for Western Greece, even though due to the COVID these last years we had a significant decrease. It's not just about the Western Greece, it's also for the country, Europe, or the whole world. In 2019, just before the pandemic, Western Greece attracted over 800,000 tourists. So there were more tourists than the actual population of the region that came in 2019. But there is still the touristic sector is an important sector of the Western Greece. It occupies 18,000 employees. I don't know if you like the Eurovision contest, but I think you remember that the first song of Greece in 1974 was that of Marinella, talking about the Greek spirit. It was about the tourism. It was the concept of the tourism in Greece for many decades. So the region of Western Greece must take a step further. Okay, yes, the wine, the beaches, they're all great, but they're not enough in order to attract tourists. So more and more regions, not only in Greece, in the whole Europe, more tourist businesses are directed to other things such as cultural tourism. The region of Western Greece can do all that. You know, we have great mountains, and since we were talking about the protected brand name products, the Greek tourism is one of the most advanced in Europe, and it can take into account all the production of the primary sector, and this kind of tourism brings more profit at the end of the day, because the tourists attracted for wine tourism or gastronomic tourism are persons of high income, so they may be less in number, but finally it would bring more profit. And I'm saying that as a wine lover. I would be very glad to be able to participate in a walk accompanied by a wine tourism experience. I was in Nemea a few days ago, and I can tell you that it was indeed a very interesting activities in the vineyards of Nemea, being able to visit them, to taste the wine, and pay in a way through which you get a lot of benefits for your heart, for your soul. Olympia is a very ancient. Olympia is well known all over the world. It could be a great place for such activities to be implemented. So the region of Western Greece also disposes of many hotel infrastructures. Things are stable. 275 hotels with about 10,000 rooms. In comparison to 2014, the number of 3-, 4-, and 5-star hotels was increased, which shows that there is a potential for tourism growth. On the other hand, the 1- and 2-star hotels number was decreased, which of course does not mean that this number is insignificant, since it occupies about 40% or over 40% of the total hotel infrastructure in the area. Of course, tourism was very much impacted by the COVID pandemic. Sales in the hotel units were at 12.8 million euros in 2020, which is a great decrease in comparison to 2019, since these people lost about 2/3 of their income. In 2017-2019, there was an important increase, and were stabilized to an amount going over 30 million euros. Of course, COVID destroyed all this, and we hope that things will get better, and this is the image we get in the region of Western Greece. I think that there will be impressive progress in the years to come. If the region of Western Greece has something that distinguishes distinguishes it from the rest of the Greece is its scientific potential, and the emphasis put on education is very important. Patras was the third city in Greece having a university after Athens and Thessaloniki. Today, it is already operating for 60 years, which means that it is a very extrovert university, and it's also the Greek Open University here in Patras, the only university in Greece providing education online. And we have many departments operating in the University of Patras. The region of Western Greece has the higher percentage of students, university students, in comparison to the population, the number of citizens. There's a great potential in scientific publications. It was fourth in all the regions of Greece, with about 6,000 publications, and it occupies about 8.5% of the researchers of the country. And what's more impressive is the fact that this number increases very quickly. The rate of increase of the researchers is 5 times bigger than the rest of Greece, which also contributes to the growth of the region. And along with education goes the research, which is necessary, the necessary requirement for the economic growth of a region and of a country. We're in the middle of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and many things that we know nowadays will not exist in a few years. I was reading some days ago that about 80% of the professions that will exist in the future, we don't know them yet. So what we live today, what we are living today, will be past in a few years ago, will be history. So you see, for example, your smartphones, we couldn't even imagine their existence 20 years ago. Nowadays, we cannot imagine our life without the smartphones. 10 days ago, I forgot my mobile phone at home, and I thought I would go crazy. It would be better if I had a finger less than forgetting my phone at home. The region of Western Greece contributes about 5% of the total of expenses in the research sector. It's at the 4th position, while the amount of expenses for research and development in the region of Western Greece until 2019 increased significantly at about 40%. It's a huge success, but there is more to be done. In the region of Western Greece, as it would be expected, the resources for research and development mainly come from the academic society. The University of Patras indeed contributes a lot. 2/3 of the resources come from the universities of the region of Western Greece. The contribution of the businesses is lower at about 20%, while the contribution of public authorities goes a bit over 10%. So we have an inequality. We cannot explain that exactly why it happens. If there is a field in which there must be an improvement, this is the contribution of the businesses in research and development. I like to open and close parentheses, so that's my favorite part. Smaller companies, smaller businesses, very quickly. The majority of small businesses had a turnover of 100,000 euros. So we're talking about small businesses. 6 out of 10 show profit, 4 out of 10 mainly damages. This is not only the case for the region of Western Greece. What's interesting is that the profit declared is just over 20,000 euros. So we would say that the profit is not that much, is not that important, and maybe the data are not very accurate. What's impressive, in a negative sense, is the non-openness. 9 out of 10 businesses did not make any exports for 2021. And what is worrying also is the fact that there is not any investment potential. Only 2 out of 10 companies have proceeded to an investment in 2021. So we're talking about small businesses of maximum 10 persons. Only a few of them proceeded to bank loans. There is a difficulty in becoming more open due to the COVID and other circumstances. I talked about all that. The region of Western Greece has many advantages. Its geographical position, the primary sector, the academic institutions, with first being the University of Patras. Infrastructures that are very favorable for new businesses, as well as the human resources. But there are also weak points: low productivity, high level of unemployment, aging, and decrease in the population, a non-openness which can be seen by the low level of exports. And what are the positive points? A new era is coming. We have the new NSRF ahead, which is a very good opportunity for resources for many businesses. We're getting into an economic growth of Greece, which is unfortunately impacted by other circumstances, such as the pandemic, the war in Ukraine. This is the reality. The end of the COVID, the war in Ukraine, increase in the costs, increase in higher inflation. So what we keep is that the businesses in Western Greece must adapt to the new reality, either we like it or not. This is the environment, and it will not improve at an international level very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klapsis. You have actually described very much in detail entrepreneurship in Western Greece. Now I would like to stay on your more optimistic messages. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Zacharaki to give us even more information about the support mechanism. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here today. I will give you a few information about the support mechanism. I think the regional governor and Mrs. Stavropoulou have already said a few things about it, about the most important points of the support mechanism. So what is it and what does it do? what is the entrepreneurship support mechanism? It is an initiative of the region of Western Greece with innovative aspects. Our region has already taken quite a few actions to support businesses and entrepreneurship, and one of them is this mechanism. It is funded by from the resources of the program of Western Greece. It is well supported by three pillars. The first pillar is to support businesses. And how does it go about doing that? By providing a free of charge consultancy to any business in the region of Western Greece that requires it. So any business can come to us, can go to the mechanism and request for a free of charge consultancy. The second pillar is to the timely information to any businessman that also contacts the mechanism, and the third is the preparation of studies and research, and more specifically, the investigation and research of actions, needs, and developments in entrepreneurship in Western Greece. This is a very important part of understanding what exactly is entrepreneurship and what do businesses need to do in order to be supported by the mechanism. But let us speak a bit more in detail about the mechanism. First of all, it is an entity that has offices in all three areas, in all three administrative areas of the region of Western Greece. It has a very big database with information about all businesses, almost all businesses of the region of Western Greece, and a site where one can navigate for information regarding the areas of interest. So also, we have an account in most of the social media platforms. What kind of services do we provide? First of all, as I said, these services are provided free of charge. Sufficient for a business to come to us, and we will provide support free of charge. There are consultants that will provide services, and that will be done as if it was a private consultancy firm. The procedure is open. Anyone can come to us, and it's also very simple. The process is very simple. We only need an application. The application will be taken into consideration, discussed, and then we will contact to the business to actually speak with it and tell it what kind of services are available for it. Of what kind of services? First of all, a business plan. All businesses need a business plan for the present and the future. How to organize their sales, how to organize expenses and income, profits, and our consultants can help it to prepare a business plan required for a loan, or a business plan required for a grant. If the business has already a business plan, they can come to us to be evaluated, and so that we provided with consultancy about improvement. We have heard previous speakers speak about a very low openness and very low extroversy, very low penetration of other markets. Despite the fact that we do have quality products, these products are not able always to reach the appropriate markets. So businesses can come to us to get information about which markets they can address, either domestic or abroad. And what are the characteristics of these markets and what actions are required. A marketing study, what kind of characteristics the product should have to be to go to abroad, to be exported abroad, what kind of contracts are required, suggestions about digital marketing. You know that the COVID-19 pandemic has actually marketed a digital marketing. We can provide also targeted and specialized consultancy advice to any company about where it is and where it wants to go. Also, information regarding management. How is the business structured? How can it improve its structure and administration? Also, cost calculation, services about services and products. Funding, how to look for funding. We have heard Mrs. Stavropoulos speak about how many funding initiatives there are, and we already have had an announcement about the new development law. Our mechanism can provide a lot of support and a lot of help to any business, and first of all investigate whether the business has the necessary qualifications to be included, to be eligible for one of these types of funding. Then to prepare proposals. There are many proposals prepared by private entities, by private consultancy firms for businesses that have not the necessary qualifications to be eligible, and that is already known from the beginning. We can inform free of charge the business about what is really needed and then help it, if it is eligible, to prepare the application, to prepare the proposal, and also provide any support required if the business gets the funding to implement the project at hand. Support it for networking. A business that wants to go to abroad or to tackle new markets requires networking. We can help it and support it for these activities. To date, we have had 150 applications. We support more than 100 businesses. And what are these businesses that have actually come to us and have been supported by the mechanism? Most of them, 60% are very, very small one-person, single-person businesses that do not have the possibility to pay for a private consultancy services. So they come to us to be supported, and we are there to support very small mini businesses, businesses that do not have the culture, do not have access, and do not have the money to pay for private consultancy services. And then we have private capital companies, we have all types of limited companies, we have public limited companies even, but what is very important for us is that very small single person companies are coming to us to help them with their business development, business strategy. I would like to also mention that most of them are in Etoloakarnania and then in Achaia and Ilia, and the distribution per activity mostly are in wholesale and retail, which is very strongly present in the area, then catering, also well processing, and with regard to services, we have approximately 50 business plans, 60 market research projects and marketing plans, 10 restructuring services, and we have a number of other also services that have been provided only in very small number of businesses. You can contact us either per email or per telephone, or coming to us or through our site, and of course, you can request and receive consultancy about a number of issues, including administration, management, legal issues, taxation issues, also branch-related issues. A business plan also. Do you want to build your own business plan? How do you go about it? Marketing issues, market issues. In our branch studies, we have parts related to marketing, and these studies are available to everyone free of charge. And every time also that we prepare some study or other type of material, we also post it on our site. We also provide information about funding and how one can apply for it, and also information about the mechanism itself. More than 600 companies have come to us, have contacted us, and to date. And last but not least, with regard to studies, we have been preparing a very big number of studies. What is important about that is that they are actually supported by evidence, so they're evidence-based, they're not just statistic-based, and so we have primary research, mainly per phone research. So, well, we address businesses of various types and branches, so that we have the opinion of the end stakeholders about their problems, about their needs in real time. Some of our research, all of our research, I should say, are available on our site, and any business can access our site. So the studies on the developments in Greece, and especially in the area of Western Greece, business developments and financial developments, that is. I think that some of the information was given previously. Convergence is very important to us. We have a quarterly study of the existing worldwide, international and national convergence. And this, of course, changes very frequently. For example, with the war in Ukraine, the predictions have changed. A lot of branch studies, especially for the branches that are important for the region of Western Greece, they are also available to all the businesses that might be interested in them, for tourism, for hotel installations, for catering and restoration. And of course, businesses also may require from us a specific study, targeted study, studies regarding institutional issues, and most of all, what is important for us is that these studies are used to supply information to our strategic plan. As you have seen, our region has a long-term strategic plan for entrepreneurship. Most of the projects also will be funded by our program for Western Greece. And we are very much interested in turning business visions in our region to facts. And I would like to wrap it up with a message. our mechanism is an important initiative, an initiative that aspires to support and be near businesses. But we would like also businesses to actually embrace this initiative. Our main aim is to support small and very small businesses that are unable to get private consultancy services, but also very dynamic, bigger businesses that want to go into new market, into new products, that want to expand. So they're all invited to come to us, to ask for an appointment, to show us their ideas, to speak to us, and to show us their plans and information. So that we can manage to support them. This is an excellent plan. The mechanism is an excellent project, a project that aspires to supporting these 400 companies that we have already supported, and many more, including also businesses that have had a lot of difficulties in the past. We have in Patras and Agrinion offices. I am also available for any information, and our offices are open from 9 to 6. You can contact us per mail, per phone, or just come to our offices. I think that you can get information about what we can do to help you. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zacharaki, for this information about the support mechanism. It has already been introduced to the 3 regional units of Achaia, Acarnania, and Ilia. It's free of charge, and anyone can go to the support mechanism. Whoever wants can register to the support mechanism after the end of the conference in order to get information. We'll be back with our second session after a small break. We're back with the second session. I would like to welcome all of you who came right now for the entrepreneurship support mechanism for the region of Western Greece. So, in this second session, we'll have Mr. Argyris Petroulakis. He's the chairman of the BOD of the National Documentation and Digital Content Center, who will talk to us about the performance of the Greek regions in the research and development activities, the case of the region of Western Greece, conclusions and recommendations. Sorry, there is no sound, so we cannot translate. The next is about decision making. This is what we want to achieve, trying to always have data available in order to provide the tools to the decision makers in order to have the correct data, because the point is not to have the data you want, but the data that help you move forward. I invite you all to download this latest research for Western Greece and be able to check all the percentages, the indexes, and at your disposal for any questions. Everything is available on our website. The sound is again out of mic. Sorry, we cannot translate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Peroulakis. We're looking forward to the new data as well. So we proceed with Mrs. Victoria Daskalu from the University of Patras. She will talk to us about the corporate decisions led by data, the first conclusions of the research to Greek businesses of high magnitude. Okay. I'm very happy to be here with you. I come from the University of Patras, and we can present the results, the data from our research, and we can start discussing the needs we have. I will present a research we have been conducted for the last 2 years from the Department of Economic Sciences. It has been funded by ELDEC. The National Foundation of Research and Technology. Our aim is to see how businesses can be expanded and look into the relations of the innovation between the innovation and technology. Mr. Tsekouras was in charge, and we have worked with many young people for this project. So why are we talking about these specific businesses? Because these businesses, despite the fact that they are very few and they do not exceed 10% internationally. In Greece, we're just at about 5%. They contribute to the economic growth of the country. So we want to learn from them and pass that knowledge to you. What does companies of high development mean? We're talking about companies that are expanded very quickly at about 75% within 3 years. This is very general. Or they are included in the top 10 of businesses when we're talking about their growth rate. This leads us to create and support some policies in order to support them. So we need to find out which businesses these are, and through our research, and this is something that internationally is also performed, we managed to identify them, and we're not just talking about the startup companies, the startup businesses. These are small businesses, new businesses that start from the universities and are based in venture capital. This is not just the case here, and we see that through this data from the European Union, And these businesses, as knowledge-intensive businesses, we see that in Greece, whereas this amount is 19%, in Greece this percentage is 8.5%. The businesses you see in a circle are the high-tech businesses. We do not have such businesses in Greece. So we must see which businesses we must support. And we're talking about the businesses that are, for example, in the catering sector or the food and beverage sector, crafts. What we did, what this research did, it was a qualitative research through interviews to new businesses established in Greece after 2008. So they were established during the crisis and they made it. So we tried to see which characteristics do they have and how do they learn, because it's very important to understand how they did it. What made them succeed? Where do they learn from? Which is the common point of high-tech or the knowledge-intensive businesses? The common point of them with the businesses which are not that low knowledge-intensive businesses. So is there a common point that we need to enhance to support for them to succeed? And our conclusion was that we always need to grow, to develop. And you see this spin, which shows a dynamic environment that leads us to capabilities which are called dynamic capabilities. That is to understand to the environment and adapt to it. These dynamic capabilities, we must find the way in which they should impact our operations, our production. How, for example, does innovation or knowledge of the environment affect the way in which we operate? And moreover, we must learn all the time, constantly. This is something like a vicious cycle, a total spinning all the time, a constant spinning, and this must be made quickly. We cannot do anything different. This is what these new businesses do, and they succeed, and we must learn from their example. I will not go into detail, but the key is digital transformation. Since I'm studying IT and digital economy, I'll talk to you about that. And I will tell you that we knew that before. The companies of high magnitude, even though we hold the 22nd position in Greece when it comes to digital economy, okay, we're not at a good level, but these companies hold the 7th position in Europe. They're very successful, and we must learn from their example. We have not studied only companies with a huge number of employees. We have also studied smaller businesses, what we learned from them. They use digital technology in various ways, not only to create innovative digital products, for example, great digital processing, sound processing, or electronics. We see businesses that in traditional sectors, such as used products, they do great things. So businesses like in the agricultural field or livestock, through digitalization, they manage to change their direction. We also see that organizational innovation, which means decision-making, cannot take place without digital technologies. Procedures, processes, innovative processes, innovative marketing. You've heard a lot of things about marketing. We have a huge challenge, a huge problem. This problem is that we have two worlds, two Greeces. So we're talking about a story for two Greeces, which is the administrative competencies. We're at the last position in the international, in this international research. This black bold is the multinational companies in Greece. This gray part are the local businesses, which means that we do not know how to manage our businesses. So let's see how we can get better at that. What we also saw is that these businesses, in all sectors, agricultural businesses, livestock, at the food and beverage sector, or even high-tech businesses, they learn through data. And they learn very quickly because they use data and proceed to decision-making very quickly. They also use accounting sheets. It's not just the artificial intelligence and similar technology. They can keep statistical, for example, data for olives for 20 years. So they are led to business analysis. They get to know their customers. That's customer analytics. They create business intelligence. They build business intelligence, and they also use machine learning in order to understand and analyze the market, in order to adapt their prices throughout Europe. But recently, we see that we can predict and manage the business risks and understand what's coming. This is what we can learn from data and their analysis. And this spin, this constant spinning, this quick spinning, is the relation between business knowledge based on data, the continuous adaptation for the development of our capabilities. And we can all do that. You know, everybody can cook from Ratatouille, so we can all do that. This is what we can achieve through digital transformation. This is not digitization. What you must understand is not that technology can solve our problems. It's not the technology, it's the people, the humans. Digitization is about technology. Yes, we have some entities, we have the personnel, we have the customers, and we provide some digital data. No, that's not enough. We must transform this data into knowledge. We must create intelligence in our company. Even an Excel file can do miracles. And then we must take action. We must take action and change our culture. We cannot be left behind. And when we change our culture, we'll be able to understand the strategy and the decisions we must make, and will work, in essence, in a new way. The mindset must change, and we must understand how digital technology can take us a step further. And some ideas, you know, us, the academics, we always provide some ideas, some recommendations. We must design a strategy with the human being at the epicenter. You know, the pandemic taught us that the human being is very important. So technology and human beings, they must be the center of the strategy, the business strategy, that must, first of all, be for the good, for the benefit of the business. You must understand why you're doing it. It's not just because the others tell you to do it. Then you must listen to your needs. If you ask people in your company where's the problem, you will understand what the problem is. And then you will see if there is a need to have a digital application to help you make things better and save time for your employees. It's not an external advisor that will tell you all that. Your employees will give you this feedback. Another thing is that you must understand what your customers need. Of course, you should also understand all the different issues. For example, you may use artificial intelligence with no reason, just simply. No, there are ethical reasons, there are ethical aspects, there are legal aspects. What's also very important for me, which is mainly a problem for businesses, we must understand the fear of our employees to use the technology. We must train our employees, we must understand their fear, we must help them learn. And finally, we must be flexible. We must do that quickly. Go for smaller projects. They do not need to be very big. Thank you very much. And I hope we helped you with the results of this research. We're at your disposal. Thank you.
Yes, you have helped us a lot, Mrs. Daskalou, and I would like to note what you said about being constantly evolving. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Natasha Pigaki, head of development programming, growth programming of the region of Western Greece. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am head of the Directorate of Development Programming of the region of Western Greece, and I will speak to you about entrepreneurship support actions and the new development law. I must say that more than 220 million have been well invested in development programming. We are participating in more than 4 projects with a total of 30 million. We are extremely extrovert and open. We have funded about 416 programs, of which very small businesses and young businesses established by young people are comprise two-thirds of the whole number of businesses. I would like to also underline the fact that the most effective area with regard to planning was the region of Western Greece, and also that our main aim for the next programming period is to support local business extroversy and openness, especially abroad, in order to enable them to go abroad to find new markets. And we focus also on industry and the environment, information technology, green energy, and other technology areas. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic has negatively influenced our implementation of the program. We hope, however, to be able to respect our deadlines. We also plan to increase the extroversy of small and medium-sized enterprises, enable them to expand their horizons. And in this respect, we also support creativity. And most particularly industrial design and specific design, especially in the area of furniture and technology. We also plan and focus on the area of culture and such as, for example, the industry of shows, the show business industry, and similar sectors. Our aims also were to support existing businesses and businesses in the process of being established to improve their planning. Also to adapt traditional practices to new technologies, and for the creation of new jobs. In the sector of business establishment and business promotion, we have supported especially very small businesses, the establishment of very small businesses in new areas by improving their business structure and business capabilities. In the areas of the environment, of the provision of services, and of energy. Our aim is to improve human resources and to create new jobs. Our Directorate of Business Planning is also managing the new development law. I will tell you a few words about it. We had four statutes let's say frameworks for the provision of support. And they were divided into different cycles of support, different, for example, each type of business. Very small and very small businesses were supported by a bigger number of cycles. In industrial equipment, we had a very small, the smallest number of participating businesses. Our new development law has a new motto, which is development for Greece, strong Greece, or something like that. And of course, it focuses on green development, the support of innovative investment, robotics, artificial intelligence, creating and supporting businesses with specialized personnel, support of not so privileged areas in Greece, the support of competitiveness, and the support of areas with added with value added. Naturally, all this must be well structured and well harmonized with the specific provisions of the law. I could mention a few areas, such as, for example, aquaculture, a supply and logistics, a business openness, alternative forms of tourism, and holistic entrepreneurship. Which means that we plan to support entrepreneurship of all types of businesses by supporting, for example, primary investment, and also supporting the expansion of previously made investments. The total investment is up to 1 million in comparison to 3 million that it was, but that does not mean that regions are excluded, since in the funding under the previous regime did not go above 800,000 euros for high, let's say, demand areas. Thank you. The maximum, let's say, attentions are 50% for big companies and 70% and for very small and small businesses. Type of grants include taxation deductions, grants, leasing, leasing, employment financing, and that concerns only the novel business sector, the new επιχειρήν as we call it. And well, we combined forces with a number of financial institutes. This funding is open to various types of organizations and entities, such as, for example, PPPs, non-for-profit organizations, civil economy areas and companies, etc. The total amount of grants is 200,000. Total amount of inventions. Small size companies, and this is worth mentioning, are eligible for 100,000, and civil economy entities for 50,000. The requirements are the following. These grants should go either to open a new processing unit, or to create a new market, or to create new products and the provision of services. Also, we fund the overall change or modification of the production of an existing production unit. Tenders will be made. Call for tenders will be made once a year. Whereas an individual calls for tender will be done many times a year. The new development law underlines the importance of the speed with which all this is implemented, and that is why we are trying to speed up the process. For this year, we have almost completed almost all the cycles, and we hope that as soon as the new law is promulgated, we would be able to start. A new project that will be funded by the development law, by the social fund, European Social Fund, is create a regional mechanism for the diagnosis of market needs on a local, of course, always level, and for the specific labor market. This mechanism will provide reliable data to all the entities that require it in the region. It will fund vocational training and educational activities so that businesses can actually be up to the requirements of the market, and will actually provide services to the programming mechanism for the period 21-27, especially in the areas of human resources. I will now show two slides, but I won't say much. This is the view of a platform for the unemployed. There will be all the kind of information required for each unemployed person, such as the age, type of employment, desired employment, family status, training or education. And the unemployed themselves will be able to check for new vacancies. For example, let's say that we have an unemployed agronomist that lives in Thessaloniki. He will be able to check and see which businesses require an agronomist in the area where he lives. Of course, to prepare this platform, we will need to work on it until 2023, and we hope that in the end, this platform will be useful both for the businessmen and for unemployed persons, for them to find a job as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The creation of this new mechanism is very important. We need that not only in the region of Western Greece, but in Greece in general. So let's proceed with Mr. Panagiotis Libereas. He's the project manager of Creative Hubs project, who will present and will talk to us about the holistic networking of small, medium-sized creative companies through areas of partnership of creative businesses. My name is Takis Libereas. I'm the project manager for the Creative Hubs project. I'll start with what Mrs. Pirgaki said, that this program is the only one that supported creative businesses. This shows that creative businesses is a strategic sector, and we will So let's start with the idea of Creative Hubs. It's a project that has already been implemented for 3 years. It's an important project of strategic importance. It's a project of 10 million euros. The biggest amount is about the Puglia region in Italy, not that of the Western Greece, which is the moderating unit. So it's the 3rd year of this project and ends in June of 2023, which means that we are at a critical point where the services built must reach the businesses, and this is why we present this project in order to see how they can support entrepreneurship in the region. It's the next part of several other projects implemented in the region of Western Greece, like Spark and SIAC, which had to do with specific sectors of the industry. 4 regions participate in this project, the same that participate in the Greece-Italy project. The goal is to create 8 hubs, 4 of them in the Western Greece, 1 in Epirus, 1 in Zakynthos for the Ionian Islands, and 2 in Puglia. And the goal is to help all small and medium-sized companies most of them are single-member companies, and we want to help them grow and create new clusters, new services. Apart from the 4 partners, there are also the 3 chambers that participate in Greece. They help when it comes to research, studies, so the 4 regions. And here you can see the 8 hubs participating in this project. The services we provide, what we do actually. 3 things. The first is that we create specific infrastructures, spaces, where the companies, the industries can cooperate, exchange opinions and services. There are specific tools built for the companies, to support the companies and the regions, and all involved partners. And the third point are some pilots for the implementation of the project. So this is how we want to proceed for the support of the businesses. So our goals and where we are at this point. In order to provide the services to the small and medium-sized companies, so we have the infrastructures, we have a network of 8 infrastructures in Achaia. We are at different stages of the implementation. For example, in Achaia, we are still trying to see where the hub will be established. We're trying to implement and proceed with a tender. In other areas, the project has proceeded more when it comes to the areas, the spaces. There is the necessary equipment. There are specific IT tools that have already been built and are being used and evaluated. We're talking about platforms, a networking hub, a system, a portal where businesses can show their products, the services offered, and a cooperative tool. They are all built and the businesses are starting using them. There are horizontal services that are created in the hubs, such as specific seminars and thematic workshops, training packages in specific sectors. They are available online for anyone who wants to train in specific areas that help the Greek industries. There is the implementation, the B2B of B2B missions. This means that specific businesses of the region of Western Greece and other regions will visit other hubs to exchange ideas and opinions. There is an international festival at Pyrgos. The aim is to repeat it every year. We'll see if we can do it in 2023, various events. And something else that can be made, implemented at a cross-border level is the International Exhibition of Thessaloniki. There will be an event in September. And with the cooperation of the Chamber of Achaia, who will also participate in this event. These are all horizontal services that anyone can benefit from. And there are also specific services for the creative industries specifically. We're talking about a space where all businesses will be able to work together and make use of the facilities and the tools provided in these spaces. Collaborative workspaces. We will help them through the IT tools to create, to show their products, to build collaborations, to participate in the events we organize, and of course to work together. We're talking about very small businesses in order to proceed, to grow, and to help them evolve. So what's the goal? For us, Creative Hubs is just the beginning, a starting point, because the region has declared, has expressed in many ways that creative industries are very important for the region, and what's most important is that it is trying to play a central role in the region of Ionian Islands by coordinating the various strategies and workshops that have to do with the creative industry. So Creative Hubs is a step that helps businesses at the local level and the starting point for the next steps to be taken and that the region is planning. There's a video, I don't know if we can play it. It's a link to YouTube videos. The video shows the spaces, and it includes photos from the events already that have already taken place. That's all from me. We are online on the Facebook, Instagram, spaces where you can find information about the project, and we'll be happy if you follow us and we have the opportunity to interact so that we can help you as much as we can. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Libereas. And I'd like to call Mr. Dimitrios Michalopoulos. He is the head of the Quality and Electronic Governance Department of the region of Western Greece. He will talk to us about the digital actions to highlight the innovation ecosystem and the support of entrepreneurship in Western Greece. Good evening to everybody. We'll present the digital actions for highlighting the innovation ecosystem and the support of entrepreneurship in Western Greece. So indicatively, we'll talk about 3 digital actions. The first is a platform for the investment profile of Western Greece. It's a service for the creation of investors' portfolio where all investors can have access to all necessary data of the region. We're talking about the investments in Western Greece. The second digital action is a platform in the framework of the Agroinoeco for new innovative technologies in the agricultural sector. The third is the Igovino platform, a networking platform that is very important because we're talking about the support and the coordination of the regional capital for research and innovation. Let's start with the investment profile of Western Greece. Let's see which are the priority sectors for an investor. For example, we have tourism, fishery. So we need training, we need research, we need innovation. We do not need to talk about the universities and the ecosystem that where students, highly trained students are coming. And we can say that these sectors are the first that an investor will look into when they visit the platform of the investment profile of the region. So we have many investment opportunities. You can see some of them here. They're available on our website as well. For example, the use of Ladopoulos building, of the infrastructures of Piraiki, Patraiki. But apart from Haia, we also have actions in Ilia, Etolokarnania, with the development of infrastructures at Astakos. So there are plenty of opportunities for many investors who can take a look at all of them. So from a new investor, after signing up in the platform, can see all these investment actions. Then he can show his interest for one or more invitations by the region. And it's important to say that it's not just a static platform, so the investors access this platform and they have the networking, which means that they can participate in a forum, discuss with each other, exchange ideas, and this is very important. Maybe it's also, and this is a great innovation of this platform, so there are the results of the actions, and if they go further in the platform, so let's choose tourism, for example, this is a snapshot of what they see. It is separated by regional unit, Achaia, Tolokarnania, Ilia, various investment interests. By analyzing and seeing which regional unit they're interested in, they can also they can access it and choose the scenario they want. So this is what they see, and this is a description provided by the platform, and there is various information such as the budget, whether there have been studies, licensing, environmental studies, which are all very important because this shows the level of maturity of the specific investment. So all these points are important, and I think that this is a digital action that I don't know if there is available at any other region, but it's very important for our region. The second digital action, AgroInnoEco, the platform AgroInnoEco. I'll say a few things about that. AgroInnoEco was submitted during the in the framework of the first invitation to tender, Balkan Innovation 2020. We're talking about innovation, and we want to enhance the competitiveness of small and medium-sized companies. So what is this platform essentially? The main thing we have to keep in mind is that we're talking about Incubator. So it's an incubator. We want to enhance the agri-food industry and to upgrade the personnel, the human resources. So if you have a team with a good idea, a great idea, then they can access this platform, and after a first meeting through different and distinct steps, they can reach even they can have even the implementation of a business plan, which will show whether this idea is financially sustainable or not, and this is very important. We have some results because through this platform there is a network of experts in entrepreneurship. There are actions for the awareness and common understanding for the innovation of business models and the implementation of innovation. It's very important that the participants build business capabilities and change their mindset, because this mindset, the attitude, is very important for entrepreneurship and innovation. Another result is that there is a constant mechanism of networking. The region becomes more attractive for innovative businesses, and there is a more friendly environment created for the businesses. This is the first page when somebody accesses the platform. It's virtualhub.agroinnoeco.eu. You can visit the platform. There are 3 sections. The first is the training material. By accessing it, you can find the material that is available. You can study all this material on agri-food. The second is mentoring. where you will find mentors through this platform. They can help you through this platform. And the third section, which is most important for me, is networking. Through networking, one can find business funds and achieve the funding of the company, of their business, after this first incubator step, and grow even more. That's all for the second digital action of the AgroInnoEco platform. And the third digital action is the eGavino platform. So the most important characteristics. The first, to the invitation to tender for the cross-border cooperation of Greece and Italy 2014-2020. We're talking about innovation and competitiveness once more. The aim is to provide support services for the innovation and development of cross-border clusters in order to enhance competitiveness. The goals is to develop the information on the market, create G2B opportunities, and support new partnerships, and of course enhance innovation. When we're talking about this platform, what we must keep in mind is networking. So it's an online portal that will host digital services and tools for the project for Western Greece. So we're talking about a toolkit for new businesses, which is actually a networking tool of the regional innovation ecosystem. And the second part of eGavino is the creation of the cross-border barometer for the innovation. And these are some data that I will analyze to you how we collect and use them. The first thing is the toolkit, is a guide to create a business plan, accounting, strategic planning, business planning. So in a few steps, in a few minutes, one can have a business plan ready. The second part, which I mentioned before, is networking. eGavino is essentially a networking platform. What we want to achieve is to have it as a list of for the innovation ecosystem. We want to match in a smart way the demand and the offer. So we have 5 different entities participating in this network. So there's a business subscribing in this platform with its information. The same happens with the investor or a research lab. What's interesting is, for example, when you use some keywords, for example, there's a company that is interested in telecoms. So if another entity has also registered for telecoms, there is a match. And this match is registered in the platform, and then comes the networking we're talking about. Very quickly, I want to show you some data. For each one of the entities, for businesses, there's some general information or the global industry classification data, the funding stage they're in. The same happens for the investors, some general data, the type of investment, the stage of the investment. There's 6 different hubs, at least for now. As you know, we have many collaborative workspaces, innovation programs. We're very lucky about it. So one can register the information For example, how many services we offer, how many startup businesses we support, the cycle and duration of the programs. All these are included in this platform. And after that, there are analysts and labs that analyze this data which we register. The third thing is the barometer. We insert data from various sources, reliable sources. We're talking about the Eurostat. This is made automatically, and this is how data are also exported, and graphs are being created based on the data we insert from Eurostat and other sources. There is also the digital questionnaire to monitor entrepreneurship and innovation in Western Greece, and this is the third part of Igavino. And some success factors for digital actions which we implement. Our aim is to have a clear and strategic vision when we implement a digital action. When we implement a digital action, at least us from the Regional Development Fund, it's very important for us to discuss with the citizens, with the users, because otherwise there is no point in having this tool if we do not ask them if what they see is useful for them or not. There's no point in creating a tool if it will not be useful in 2 or 3 years. So the adaptiveness of the tool is also very important, the quality of the data. Of course, you know, Eurostat and the reliable sources we use. And I'd like to focus on our mindset, which has changed to the direction of the innovation and entrepreneurship, which is what we must always have in mind. Before closing my presentation, I'd like to say that all those things we do and the digital actions we implement, we want to have them integrated, to have them under an umbrella which will have a same goal. It's no point in having 8 or 10 different tools working independently without a common goal. Our common goal is to have them all incorporated and have a good result. And no matter how many incentives we may give to some people in order to help innovation, I think that it's very important to create an innovation environment. And we're at a good direction when it comes to this. And this is what we all wish for. That's all from me. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your detailed presentation of these digital activities. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Spyros Politis, who is a business consultant and who will speak to us about open innovation platforms as regional policy tools. Thank you very much. On the same note, as the previous, with the previous speakers, I must say that at the end of the completion of this platform, we had a discussion regarding other tools or instruments. These the open innovation platforms are a relatively new tool. In abroad, they are quite well established. Big companies have already used them. And having seen that, we decided to use them also here. What is innovation? Is it an invention? Not exactly. innovation is a set of actions which leads to a new product or service. So innovation is not a patent. Innovation, however, is not a patent. A patent was something that you had to, that had to be recognized and certified. Techno innovations regard services or products, and also administrative innovation is possible. Let us not forget that even by using a key in an innovative way, you can actually increase production. So, we analyzed innovation to find out what exactly changed in recent years that caused us to approach innovation in a different way. Why have businesses been innovating in a different way? And we discovered that we have open and closed innovation. Closed innovations are those that actually use a closed system, an impenetrable system, a very well-protected system, even 200 years after the Industrial Revolution. And this happened because industrial espionage was the issue. They were afraid of industrial espionage, and therefore they did not allow any communication with the system. But this, of course, did cost a lot. First of all, because of security. Also, it was not easy to promote because there was not much contact with the outside world. But 25 years ago, we had a revolution in this area, and it was then that open innovation started. First of all, with the open code, open source codes, etc., open data, open communication. 25 years ago, nobody spoke about open data. Now it's the rule and not the exception. So we have now a new model, which is open innovation, which of course opens up communication between research institutes, academic institutes, etc. And this creates a leverage that actually is a revolution in itself. 20 years ago, when when big structures started to be created with 200,000 employees and more, especially in industries such as, for example, the food industry, the pharmaceutical industry, etc. Procter & Gamble, for example, has more than 200,000 scientists, employs more than 200 scientists, plus 10,000 scientists for each different specialty. And it was then that these big companies, these multinationals, started using open innovation in order to maximize their results. But to do that, they could not just be based on incoming information, but also on outgoing information. Still, many companies are quite reluctant in publishing their own research or findings. And that also, of course, created a kind of processes such as, for example, patents and rights that increased cost. The open innovation is a kind of door. and we actually have now an innovation platform. It's not something, wow, something very exciting or something completely different. It is just a way to build an area, a framework for various working groups. So each group works on a specific part and a specific branch of innovation. Naturally, the first to use this type of work were let's say, information companies. And open data is one of the most typical examples. Netflix, for example, has extensively used incoming information and open innovation as a way to expand. Naturally, of course, always on the basis of contracts, rights, profits, etc. Open innovation is not something which is just a piece of information or just scattered like that, or discovered like that. And then we have crowdsourcing, the famous crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing, also our businesses, more or less, have a face, have an influence on society and on the world community. It's very important for people to go into big platforms such as, for example, Twitter, etc., and read about big companies and what people think about them. Colgate, just a couple of years ago, made a new product, but before launching it, it started a whole campaign about packaging, and that would have not been able just a few years before that happened, because the public was immature and because there was no technology to support it. Now it is possible and many companies use it. So we could start speaking about a combination of all these things. You just go into a platform, and a platform is open to both big multinationals and simple citizens. So what the previous speaker said about keywords and about how keywords are used as connection links is true. Networking is not just meeting people, but also going on a platform, putting in your information, personal information, so that peers and interested parties, stakeholders can find you. Especially in Africa, there's a big innovation, a big evolution in moving products from one country to another. Many African companies have managed, using open innovation, to build new products and actually even have products in markets where they were not available before, and even to sell them in countries that where need for such products did not exist. Unfortunately, the speaker is off the microphone. Bayer has a innovation unit here in Greece, and works very well with innovation. In the regions in Greece, InPoint is a very important European program that also is implemented in the regions. The University of Patras and the University of the Peloponnese also participate. And that's why we thought we could use such a tool, such an instrument in Western Greece, so that our innovation ecosystem, because we do have an ecosystem, and it's we are one of the few regions where an ecosystem does exist, despite the fact that we do not have a worthy of noting R&D. So. Using this platform, one can build a working group, evaluate the working group, evaluate your project, and go one step further, which is to implement a project, to create a service, or to produce a product. We also try to recruit students, even businessmen or professionals that were not very much into innovation, to inform them about innovation. So we asked them what they thought of innovation, what exactly it was, whether some of the things they did were innovative. And when we analyzed the answers, we got into quite a few interesting conclusions. Most people believe that, for example, innovation is indispensable, and one cannot do without innovation, especially with regard to the needs that society has now. Our platform is not a platform that actually reforms everything. Its aim is to actually coordinate the work groups that exist and that are already, let's say, registered on the platform, and to coordinate also all the entities of the region of Western Greece, to collect ideas and to actually bring results. Naturally, we might need to, to actually make a selection of what is needed or what is not needed, or even find a roof. So, but what we need in the first place is a tool. And this platform is not the result of a European project. And it is a challenge for all of us to take it into the future, to take it a step further. Building a European program, a turnkey product, is, let's say, something of a problem, which, of course, most of us have realized, because very beautiful programs are created and then they are not used when financing stops. I believe that this platform can become a tool that will continue after its financing, when its financing is concluded. And to do that, we also organized a competition type of a hackathon or something that actually brings people together, so that we could discover we could actually find new, let's say, participants, new stakeholders, and we even had a winner. So the open innovation excuse me, that exists now in Western Greece could, in the long run, become an umbrella for Enovino or for other tools, and also coordinate with the support mechanism to help other projects be implemented. Thank you.
Would like to thank Mr. Politis for the presentation. Now let's see the entrepreneurship support mechanism and have a discussion with the entrepreneurs themselves, the entrepreneurs that have been supported based on the mechanism. They recourse to this mechanism to help their business grow. We'll discuss with them today. I'd like to invite Mr. Vasilis Tudopoulos, member of the project for the Entrepreneurship Support Mechanism and consultant of the mechanism, who will be the moderator of the discussion. They will discuss with us the benefits from the support mechanism and the situation in their businesses today after the support they received from the support mechanism. Good evening. We've heard a lot of interesting things so far, and Mr. Politis, I think that the support mechanism can be this umbrella that will promote and incorporate all these tools. So the thematic today is a free discussion. We have chosen 3 different stories. A startup company, a second-generation business that wanted to add some operations to its scope, and a business which is at an upscaling process. So it's interesting to see their stories. So Mrs. Konstantinopoulou from Miriam Bags, Mr. Tserbopoulos, and Mr. Lavas from Icon Development. These businesses are companies from the first and the second cycle. So I'll let them present themselves and their business, tell us their story, and we will proceed with a discussion to see how the support mechanism helped them or how it can help them in the future. Hello, I'm very happy to be here. We hear very interesting things today that will help us evolve the region, that will help the region evolve. We were a small company. We started slowly, and we booked some projects that made us understand that we could not make it, so we had to create new practices, establish new strategies. So this is why we try to find how we will be supported. And learning about the support mechanism, we saw that there could be many things in which we could be supported. We asked for some recommendations in order to see how we can proceed and evolve our company. Our company is a technical company with 4 axes. The study of buildings. The second is the construction of buildings. We have evolved in this field in a way that helped us evolve from, create from a very small house to a big hotel. The third is the maintenance of building installations, which is important for all installations. That's all from me. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. My business is about the design and construction of women bags. We use natural materials from dead stock collections. The main, we want to replace metallic elements and use recycled plastic. Our main material is cork. So this is a startup business. I'm at the beginning, and the support mechanism helps me a lot because I want to create fashion products and fashion accessories mainly for women without creating any further burden to the environment and giving added value to my services. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are from the ecclesiastical sector. My father started this business. I'm in charge of it since 2000, and we try to evolve the business to make it bigger. And I think that the support mechanism will help our business grow even more. Of course, the pandemic affected us, but I think that the mechanism will help us find a new way of orientation for our business and look into the future, because the traditional businesses like us find some things difficult and we can't evolve that easily. We are very much linked to folk art and ecclesiastical tradition. The support mechanism has already helped us a lot and has provided us many things, even though I was not very persuaded at the beginning. I see that it modernizes. So that's all for me. So your concern, your hesitation at the beginning, that maybe is just another mechanism, just another project, another tool that does not actually give any results. So through this process of discussion with the officials of the mechanism, do you see that it's worth recoursing to it, regardless of the nature of the business, of the form of business? Is it worth it getting into a discussion with the officials of the mechanism and see how they can benefit from this mechanism? For businesses like mine, yes, it is worth it a lot, because as a company, a new company, I had nothing to do with all of that. Yes, it helped me a lot, and of course I was hesitating at the beginning, but I see there has been a shift in my mindset, in the marketing plan. It indeed helps in taking the correct steps, or do many things that may not have any results. So it's important for me to have input from someone with experience in the field. For us, the business plan that was created helped us a lot. It gave us many ideas, even though our business is considered a traditional business. Its scope is a bit traditional. However, the business plan helped us and provided us with solutions. It helped us evolve a lot. I believe in that very much. I was not hesitating at all, because experiencing all these problems, all these years, I was trying desperately to find solutions and tools that would help. And given the fact that I had this support mechanism available, I saw it as an opportunity, and I came and them in to operate in a decent way. Of course, there are higher costs in raw materials. The costs are very high, but I still believe that we'll find a solution. Yes, of course. There is a more favorable environment in order to get into collaborations in a new and modernized way. Each business must, the evolution, the growth of the businesses. And a prediction for the future, and your thoughts, and probably the business environment. You're in this sector, you're in the industry for more or less years. But I think the concerns are all the same, and this is why the mechanism is here. So the vision of each one of you can be the inspiration. I think lack of funding is a main obstacle. I think for me, at this point, is the lack of capabilities. For me, the main obstacle is lack of funding. We can find the capabilities. In order to be able to get in the market, besides capabilities, we need funding. And I'll repeat that we need the tools that each business must have in order to be able to face the requirements of the new market. So if there is funding, they can also create these tools. From the region of the Western Greece, we were evaluating the mechanism when it was established, and we did all necessary amendments in order to make it more useful. Would you pay to receive the services that you are now receiving, and why haven't you requested them before? And moreover, there are several funding actions of the region. Why haven't you participated in them, or did you participate in them and you didn't succeed in it? Perhaps you weren't eligible for funding. I wasn't informed on this mechanism. Yeah, I would like to use the mechanism. I could use funding, but the capabilities were very restricted. The pandemic affected us a lot, so you could not allocate a significant amount of money in order to help your business evolve. But you want to do that, but when the budget is restricted due to the pandemic, this does not help a lot. For me, I didn't have the opportunity. I would buy these services, and I saw this need when I wanted to apply for a different project at the chamber. And for the second part of your question, you replied yourself. looking into the market of the private sector, we learned about this program, and from the first moment we accepted the program, and we signed up for it. So of course we would pay for these services. We wanted it very much. As for the tools, we didn't know they existed. We didn't know that the tools available by the region. Not many companies are familiar with them. We must inform the businesses of what we're doing. I'd like to say at this point that from the three businesses, one of them said that they would go into the free market, and this is a discussion that is actually active on whether competitiveness can be combined with the free market. Coming myself from the free market, I can tell you that in order for someone to be able to receive such services is the culture. It's very important that this mechanism builds a culture that makes the businessmen more, the entrepreneurs more open to new cultures, and it helps them shape an ecosystem and an attitude of support that we don't have until now as a region. And this is not my personal opinion. This is something we saw from the previous speakers. So the mechanism, since it is an innovative initiative that is indeed helpful, the entrepreneurs must be less hesitant. They must discuss with the persons of the mechanism. It's a two-way relation with the region. Yes, the project has been assigned to a tenderer, but the officials of the development fund have already set the grounds for helping us to evolve, to grow. So this feedback was indeed very necessary, very important to help us have a clear picture of what is happening. So the question comes from the discussion we're having. For an entrepreneur to get to know the projects apart from their existence online, what else can we do? You can send us an email, we can reply to any question you may have, but what else do you think that we could do? What do you recommend? What can we do for the next programs? Because new programs are coming from September. Thessaloniki Evangelia from the Regional Development Fund. As far as the support mechanism is concerned, where were you informed from? Did you read it somewhere? Did someone approach you? Representatives of the mechanism, for example? For the recommendations on the information for businesses, I can't think of anything. One thing is the social media, where we're all online through our smartphone. And probably there can be more serious recommendations for the provision of incentives. This is how I learned about the support mechanism through friends and colleagues and via the social media. I saw that there is this service. And I learned for it. So yes, me too, through the social media on a live session for the presentation of the support mechanism. This is how I contacted them. From an advertising spot, and Mr. Todopoulos also informed me, what I would like to say is that us, the businesses, we need from the region another way, another approach for learning about the mechanism. So you could also send an email to our companies more directly. We receive so many mails. Most of them are useless. I read all the emails from the region, so no. Have you informed me many times? I open these emails. So this is a very basic way in which we can be informed. The comment is off the mic, so yes, this is key, and I will insist on something else. The mechanism has officials that visit the businesses, and that's something that discriminates it. It's not just the social media and the communication via email. There are 3 offices with personnel. We are at the businesses on site, and we don't expect the others to come to us. We go there. That's the big difference from what was happening until now. I don't know if there is any other question.
My name is Karalisa, and I represent COSAC. COSAC is a company for the processing of food and agricultural products. I would like to thank you and thank the organizers of this meeting, of this conference, and generally speaking, for having us here. I would like to have seen more businessmen here today, possibly because it's a work day, day of the week. It was more difficult for them to leave their jobs. You'd know better than me. Regarding agri-food businesses, well, most of them, because of their job, have to be in the farm. And they have a difficulty in attracting specialized and scientific staff. We are looking for educated, trained, specialized staff, but it is really difficult for us to find, and we're really frustrated about that. Would the academic world, the academia, be interested? I was wondering. So I did address myself to the university, and most of the universities, those that answered, most of the universities did not answer, but those which answered refused or were not interested. I think that 25% of our people, 25% of our projects as research projects, and this is very interesting, but unfortunately our research projects are not connected to the industry, to businesses, and businesses and the industry really want for scientists. We really would like to have access to innovative products. We have an idea about an innovative product, but we would like to have more information about how to proceed. Having access to the academia is very difficult. You have to have an intermediary, a friend, someone who would be interested in helping you to contact the right person, the right professor, etc. And then the money they require is a lot. For example, if they ask for, let's say, 100 euros, a businessman will think, okay, with this money I can get a piece of equipment that will really help me do my job and ease my workload. I will never get this type of return from a piece of advice from an academia professor. And one last thing, at the end of our discussion with the so-called academia professors, I said, do you have any students that would be interested in practicing with us so that maybe we could employ him after the end of his studies? And you know something, they didn't know anyone. They had no one to recommend. And when we got out at the end of the discussion, my friend told me, you know, we have no contact with the students. You know something? It's better for you to go to this private tutorship institute and ask, because they know which students actually are in the university now. You should know that this mechanism has been presented in all 3 regional units. The regional support mechanism. So the information is quite global, but we are going to continue. Would you like to comment on that? Yes, we have a comment from the floor. A small clarification. This mechanism was created for specific purposes, so we cannot speak about grants, but the region can speak about grants. And I suppose that we already have some idea about all that, and we are already planning on that. What we can do, we can provide you with a business plan for your idea. Yes, but we need, I think that the gentleman says that we need the equipment also. Well, maybe we could do this discussion, could have this discussion in one of the future conferences organized by the mechanism. And Mr. Tsakalos, and then we'll close. Good afternoon. I'm Tsakalos. My name is Tsakalos, and I am a regional advisor or consultant. I would like to say only that we have already built a number of platforms to support entrepreneurship. What entrepreneurs, businessmen tell me almost on a day-to-day basis is that we need to actually make innovation as simple as possible, so that they can actually use it and make return out of it as soon as possible. Many of the mechanisms that have been created up to now were quite sophisticated. They were too complex. What we need is to make the information simple, make it as more easily accessible as possible, even through the social media. And I am sure that what you have heard today will be passed on to others that are not with us today. So thank you very much for your ideas and your participation. Thank you. I think that we have no further questions. Thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that we have actually had quite a wealth of information from our distinguished speakers and participants. We had quite an interesting discussion. I think that the suggestions heard were really interesting, and I believe that we have a lot of new things to wait for from the regional fund and other other fora. The support mechanism is quite one of them. I think that we have heard quite a few ideas about how businessmen could use it. And we believe that we can now, using all that we have heard, we can go one step further into a new era for entrepreneurship in Western Greece, so that Western Greece can finally take the place it is worth in the map of Greece. Thank you very much for your attendance.